Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第330天 is day 330. Yesterday, that's a bit rough. A bit rough. Got some returning favorites. Mian, cotton, not the greatest. Trying to remember mini, and getting that white towel to polish some wooden furniture. Han is wild too. It's the oddball out, which is hope for. Trying to think of it more like a sunken treasure now, with Finn's sword and a pirate's eye. R for Patrick. Hoping for enthusiasm from SpongeBob, right? And we have Toll. So aggressive. Toe, steal. Some Slenderman is trying to steal, and Tarzan is wiser now, reaching into the armory for a bit of deterrence. And Chong. This one's kind of rough. So, a little bit of a wiggle room here. Charlie Brown is in front of the English manor, being coerced to use his finger and his teeth to hold up a glitter bomb as the rich kids try to prop up, right? Prop up a little bit prank on their elders. And Qi is even weaker than that. Fork in the road. So this is more something very different. Kirby is outside on foot, taking a different branch at the fork in the road to reach a house in which he enters, and inside he's for food, right? That's a new one. It's a new format. I don't know if that's gonna stick too well. The ideas are very difficult for these. Alright, let's get into our lesson.
膝盖
膝盖, yes. So, okay. And then guy is lid, right? Guy. A kneecap, really. Oh, the knee is a cap, I suppose. Get lidded.
膝盖伪造
伪造. Bogus. 造, oh yeah, to copy, to forge, basically. 伪造. You know, I don't remember how. Oh, yes.
伪造两栖
2期. To purchase. So you purchase in 2 different places. Amphibian, right? 2期.
两栖凄凉
凄凉. Bleak. 凄凉. Tea, bitter, cold. Okay. Or bitter, cold, cool. That sounds pretty, pretty what? What was the word they were using? Pretty bad. Bleak. Okay. I was using desolate. It sounded more like desolate. Oh, bleak. Okay.
西凉，藤椅，
Hungyi. A rattan chair? Oh yeah. We had to look up what a what rattan is. Rattan. And then makes sense that it would combine with chair.
藤椅，膝盖，
What? Oh.
两膝，藤椅，伪造，
Wait, so the other type of forge.
西凉，
Excuse me.
骑士，
T-shirt. A fork? Fork to look at, discriminate. Oh, interesting. Or diverge. Do I have this? I have this kanji? Hmm.
骑士，
是
伪装，
伪装 bogus attire. Yeah. 伪装
伪装，分歧，
分歧 part fork. Yeah, diverge part fork. 分歧
分歧，
I wasn't sure
沾
there.
湿，
Janshi, oh my god, it's moisten. Jun, oh man, that's so rough. Jun, shi, moisten wet.
沾湿，紫藤，
Tongue. A purple. Oh, rattan. Oh yeah, that's pretty good.
紫藤，
Berseria does not make sense in Japanese right now. Although they just reserved the right character for it, so it didn't come up in other ways.
骑士，紫藤，伪装，分歧，沾湿，
All right.
洞穴，
Yeah, cave.
洞穴，仲夏，
Midsummer.
仲夏，西袭，
Tishi. To perch? That's kind of weird. The breath part. I haven't seen breath that often to use as a in that way. It's interesting.
西袭，笛，
A bamboo flute? Oh, hey. Okay, yeah, that's certainly a flute, and a bamboo flute at that, or flute. Diddy Kong is inside the living room of the house where he's making a bamboo flute. He gets a giant sprout of bamboo and carves holes into it and his monkey teeth to make a primitive bamboo flute. He then jumps on the couch and plays the Donkey Kong OST song with his bamboo flute. Alright, I got you. I got you. Actually, oh, I see. A long flute is a Western concert flute. That's hang on. There's Donkey Kong associated with the sprout thing. But I feel like there's another sprout. Oh, the closest is Enlightened recently. Oh, that's the only one. Okay.
敌行
Hung? Oh my, it's another place. Am I gonna get it's probably Hangzhou, right? This is Zhou, is probably state. Hangzhou. Yeah, Hangzhou. Okay. Harry Potter's inside the chapel where a festive tree from Hangzhou with wizard ornaments hang near the altar. Okay, sure. Harry Potter casts a spell to summon Turntable and places it on the altar and begin to play music from Hangzhou. The muggle priests in the pews all pray that you will remember this weird mnemonic about Hangzhou, and Harry Potter wears a shirt with the word Hangzhou on it. Okay. Yeah, Hangzhou. Or Hanqiao. Yeah, Hanqiao. Like, Fuqiao, Fujiao, Fuqiao, Fujiu, Fuqiao, Fujiu. Okay. Oh,
行
there's so many primary proper names. Why?
敌
And we gotta learn actually. Uh,
仲夏
yeah.
西袭洞穴行
Oh wait, but there's a tree. Okay. I didn't quite make out the tree. Okay. All right. Beginning.
燕
Yin. Why do you look like Shut? Or a guy. Oh, no. Yeah. Why do you look like Ying? Why do you look like Ying? Oh, okay. There's the Slender Man in there, and it's a shack. I only remember the shack difference, but there's actually an extra slender. Oh, it's actually a heart. Okay, so the heart is the extra with the shack. Okay. Mr. Birdman, it's been a while. Yoshi is in the bathroom of the pawn shop chasing a wild goose that is on the loose. I see what you did there. He's just about to catch it when it jumps out of the bathroom window and down a cliff. Suddenly, Birdman appears and say he will catch the wild goose. He gets on top of the toilet and jumps out the window down the cliff. All right, I think that's fine. 大雁. All right.
燕陈
Sign of the dragon. Is the ornament? Wait. I need some context here. Or dragon. Oh, is it like what? What? Charlie Brown is inside the infirmary where he hangs a bunch of ornaments onto the infirmary Christmas tree. Each of them was the sign of the dragon on them to help the patients feel better. Even the pattern of the ornaments on the tree also formed the sign of the dragon. Charlie frowns, not feeling any better. Oh. Feels bad, man. Birthday? Don Chung? Alright, I'm gonna need that's just gonna have to accept. I don't. It does look like Chen though. The other ornament is Chen, if I remember correctly. It's for morning. Yeah. With the sun in it.
Mall.
Mall. Straw. Does look like a mall. Spear, or wait, yeah, spear alone is mall. And then we add some flowers to it. Now it became straw. Mario is inside the barn, which is full of flowers. Mario goes around with a spear, cutting down the flowers, then drying them with his fireball to create straw. He then feeds the straw to the cows who are hungry. Sure. Using the fireball thing. We need to remember the fireball thing, though. Thatched cottage. A thatched cottage. Mao Tai. I'm too uncultured to know what that is. I'm gonna go look. Is that the... Is that supposed to be like the drink? Or is that supposed to be the place? I don't know if it's supposed to be the drink. Oh, it is. Okay, it's an alternative spelling. Oh, interesting. I kind of remember this stuff. Wait, it is the drink, right? Yeah, it's a spirit. Yeah. I don't drink this stuff. I don't really drink in general. It's incredibly expensive. I just know that. Not only is I don't drink very regularly, it's incredibly expensive. Special occasion kind of deal.
Mall. 鱼
Whoa, you look interesting. Do you look like a Yi though? You kinda don't. Where are all my zipper gangs? Oh, they're just all over the place. Okay. Carriage. Yugi is inside the living room of the house where he realizes he needs to commute somewhere. Sure. He used a car to summon a special carriage, which is a type of car. Sure. Out the carpet on the ground. The carriage has a giant zipper instead of a door and moves with a bunch of fins that are attached underneath instead of conventional wheels. Oh no. Yugi gets in the carriage and begins to move towards the front door so he can get where he needs to go. Honestly, I'm okay with this. We'll try it. Public opinion. Yulin. What the... Interesting. Carriage. It almost feels like a vessel, not a carriage. Like a vessel. So like a vessel theory. Public opinion or something like that. I don't know. That's kind of weird.
鱼
That's not gonna help me remember carriage.
整
To rescue. I wonder if we can do 拯救. Rescue. Or it could be like poll, pick, select. It could even be search. Yeah, there's quite a lot. Main spawn is in the basement of the English Manor, which... Oh, do you look like a Jung? Not really. What part of you reminds me of a Jung? Which has flooded, so the ground of the basement is entirely covered in water. Partially submerged, a priceless statue stored there. He discovers a finger drowning... Oh, right. James Bond is in the basement of the English Manor on a rescue mission. The grounds were flooded, but he was able to reach the targets. Was able to reach the target's finger and drag them to safety. The rich aristocrat's finger. Yep, there it is. 拯救. Makes sense. Rescue. 拯救. Alright. Okay. Mr. Birdman.
燕
Ooh, I didn't check the pawn shop thing. The pawn shop is not very visible here. So, Yoshi was rushing to the bathroom, chasing after a while in bathroom at the pawn shop. Chasing after a wild goose who swiped a priceless egg. Spotted egg. And escaped. Managed to escape Yoshi's. Managed to escape through the window. Over the cliff. His associate, though, Birdman, and flew after. Needed something of second-hand nature.
整 鱼
That's gonna be a problem.
毛
Not that great.
陈
Oh no. Oh no. I mean, it could just be an ornament. Could reduce it to an ornament. Think about it. Alright, no whammies. It's gone. Wait. The heck? Alright. Oh my gosh. Which one of the many is this?
扁
feel like it's
高
okay. Heck. Hmm.
网
Something. Man.
赤红
秋天的叶子变得赤红。
Say what? Yellow? Um.
融
Or melting. Melt. Oh, is it?
射 陪
What? Okay. Oh man, I can't unsee Cat Pirate. Oh, is this? Dang it. Huh. Somehow I want to type. Huh.
水稻
水稻是一种主要的农作物。
意
That's not gonna last very long. That is very not going to last.
性
What? Huh? Okay, hold up. What happened to egg? I don't know. What egg? I am an egghead now. Dang it.
肝脏
它的肝脏需要治疗。
Oh, wait.
埋藏
埋藏的宝藏很难找到。
Oh. Wait, is this like... huh. Hmm.
纠纷
他们之间发生了一场纠纷。
It's to get involved. Like, dispute. It's fine.
可贵
时间是最可贵的。
Precious. Sure. Precious. My gut feeling kind of failed there.
缓 卵
I don't know if that's gonna stick. That one's a little rough. Deals with Luke Skywalker. Ow, my eye. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. Wait. Oh no. I don't. Oh no. I think I think.
射
What? Oh.
秋
Don't know how long that's gonna last. Oops. Wait. That's flung, not flung.
煎
Heck, bay. Or valuable.
房 女婴
我抱着一个女婴，
干枯
河流在干旱季节中干枯了。
微
Excuse me?
缸铺
It's a shop! What? Oh, I had an eye. Sorry.
翁
I can't spell. I can't spell.
跟进
请跟进客户，
Say what? Or proceed, like follow up, yeah.
做
Yeah?
朗读
他喜欢朗读诗歌，
他喜欢朗读 What the 朗读 Okay, yeah. Sure. Wait, how does that work with long? Oh, bright. This is supposed to be like elderly man. Oh, yeah. There's no rich part. It's used for the rich part. But... This might need some work.
“偏远
这个地区非常偏远，
跑步，
我每天早上跑步是为了减肥。
分， 垒，
What the lay? Heck the lay. Oh man.
岂能，
这是不可能的事，岂能成真？
噪音，
请减少噪音。
The chirping sound. It's noise. Sound is fine. Whoa. B. Show. Oh, show. 手舞足蹈。哦 ，OK。哦，Oh no，港口。
低，
What the lid? Oh. Oh, dang it. Wait. Nay. Wait. Nay. Nice. Japanese. Oh. Oh no, 病床 not 正床。
内阁，
内阁的决定影响全国。
How do you do the inside thing? It's a place. Like an inside pavilion. This one we're gonna get a pass on. Cabinet. Oops. Cabinet. No. Ding. Zhang Nao.
争，
叫舞足蹈。
手舞足蹈，
手舞对。
小孩子听到好消息就手舞足蹈起来。
Dance joyfully is fine. Oh yeah, we gotta make sure not to make. Whoa! Oh, wait. No? E. Oh, 强类是
巩固，
我们必须巩固成果。
成类似。not 类。keep typing the wrong thing. Fine.
伤脑筋，
这次的计划让我们都伤脑筋。
伤脑筋。Like a figure of speech. Like kind of get a headache or cause a headache.
沏茶，
你可以帮我沏茶吗？
That's not great.
胃，
成类似。
陈列室，
成列
是
not
里
lay.
摆满了
Oh
珍
my
贵的文
gosh.
物。
成列 Just kidding. 列成列室 Oh, just that. 成列室 Oh no. I lost it. When move. Like a exhibition room. Oh, fine. Why did I write Gong instead of Gang? Come on. Come on, hook. That's supposed to be I don't know what that's supposed to be. It's supposed to be like a grain stock with something in. Thing needs a name. Not that. You know what?
饼，
Oh my gosh, it's being. Holy heck. A pen? I don't see the pen. I see more of a... What is the three little prong thing? Is there not a three prong thing? I could have sworn there was a three prong thing. Like a fork or something. Pen, huh? Claw is the other direction. Sting. I don't know how I feel about that one. We'll probably have to add to it.
箭头，
这个箭头很锐利。
Tree?
桃，港口，
他在港口工作。
Ah, dang it. Good throw.
城市，
我喜欢大城市。
杖，
Try to take it in. Okay. All right. All right. Knew this was gonna be a problem. Take it in. That Joe is so powerful right now. It's overpowered everything. Hold up. This is new. Oh my goodness. Oh no. I think this is cursed. Wait, didn't I write something for this? Oh no, I mentally did it. Just write it in now. Charlie Brown is inside the bakery where he is... Oh, they're both award and reward? That... Where he was excited to hear about the bakery he works at getting state award. And reward bottles were handed out. Unfortunately, was excluded. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. That's not great. Caliper and comb. The heck? 我们的成品 And I'm gonna say like 实用. I don't know what the home is. The caliper.
口袋，
我的外套有一个内侧口袋。
筹，闯，编剧，
编剧需要丰富的想象力。
What the compiled drama? Which is oh okay. Okay. Alright. Fair enough. Yeah.
福，病床，
我在他病床旁边。
There's no chance. I gotta refresh this. Taking Nye again to deal with. Yeah, there's nothing really connecting the cone to Ned Flanders. It's Endure. That's okay. Not good enough.
液晶，
这台电视使用液晶屏幕。
Hmm. I 不跑2199Oh no, that's no. 步 No, that doesn't make sense. Why can't I think of something that complements ladder? Makes me want to type. Okay. That sucks. Oh, I wrote the wrong thing. Wrote wrong, right? Wrong tone.
和
Not on floor. Oh. ET.
阶梯
他一步步地走下阶梯。
My lord. Save me.
庆祝
庆祝国庆。
占卜
我不相信占卜。
or fortune telling. Or divining. It's fine.
T
Ah! I missed the 2.
田
I don't like you. Why don't I like you? Something makes me think it's cha.
擦
And why do I think it's ta? Rub or scrub? It's rub or scrub. Fine. Okay.
词典
汉英词典。
Whoa. Okay.
分配
均匀分配工作。
Just like, yeah, distribute. This is fine. Disperse is fine.
"观点
希望你公开自己的观点。
报警
他看到小偷后立刻报警。
Okay.
红酒，
他们在玩
Red Wind. Sorry. Heckin' Red Wind.
阿姨，
我阿姨每天都很忙碌。
产，
Heck, I missed the W.
货， 童话，
爸爸给儿子读童话故事。
回忆 what the 忆律 oh gee I don't know what that means. 他的欢乐情感 That doesn't make sense if that's oh we're looking at sleepy morning. Like kind of just reminds me of like a recording. Oh yeah, it is a recording. Yeah, a memoir. But I don't know what the hmm.
定心丸，
你的回答给我一颗定心丸。
Wait. I don't think the middle is correct. Six? Yeah, it's not. What is the middle? Oh, that's unexpected. Oh, that's probably whoa. You keep like, do you ever think you were holding your phone and then everything goes blurry and then you open your eyes and sit up with no phone and you blink and sit up and 5 minutes have passed? One of those days. Oh. I'm missing something in the middle. What? Is that not what I typed before? Hui Yi Lu. Oh. Oh, did I type? What? What did I type the first couple? Wait. I have no idea what I typed the first couple times. Yeah, I have no idea what I typed. That doesn't help. that did not help at all. I don't know what I typed the first time. The first two times. Very rough. Oops. Huh.
盖子、
请小心，盖子很热。
飞跃、
我们需要一个飞跃的进步。
What's wrong with Tuesday? Oh no. Something makes me want to type this. Oh no.
儒将、
这位儒将拥有深厚的学识。
爷、采、跪下、
他跪下了。
握、
What?
木、
Like you leave at 8:15 to get into breakfast, 8:50 at the main campus, but you have to queue and get your food and put the tray away by 8:25 so you can walk the 10 minutes to take your period art class after. Well, the sooner you leave, the more time all of that gets better, I suppose.
徘徊、
他在房间里徘徊不定。
Pace back and forth, but can also be pace forth and back.
剑、
Want to maximize sleep? That's a choice you have made. Yeah. Oh, lie. They want lie down. Ooh, that's a bad typo. I don't understand this. I thought it was Sheng. I think it's definitely Sheng. What in the world? Ooh, Shengchu. Oh, that's the location. Do I need to worry about that? I do need to worry about this. I don't actually know at all. Nothing is coming to me other than roll, but roll is without the left. Where does the word come? Okay, perks of Tuesday is a short day. Yeah, but you can also start the day quicker too. Flower. Oh, maybe. Oh no. No, there's no chance. It's no. How did the oh the promise? Dang it. Promise. Alright, we'll go work on it.
深处，
在森林深处，
取，
Do you sometimes just stare at characters and hope to somehow remember? Nope. I'm going through all the things that I may know. I rarely have time for that.
耐用，
我们的产品很耐用。
回忆录，
他的回忆录充满了情感。
I only give up when I run out of ideas.
诺，
How does the armpit with the flower underneath and then speaking promise could convert that into the right flower? Okay. Definitely convert that.
照，带，
You asked me like 3 days ago, why do I keep undoing things or moving them? Because I have more ideas. That's the main question. Like I don't just ask because I don't know more. You have to connect all the dots. What the 戈壁？
戈壁，
戈壁是一个大沙漠。
What the 不理不睬
不理不睬，
他对那些无理的话不理不睬。
Oh no, that's just ignoring.
弓，橙汁，
可以给我一杯橙汁吗？
Are you thinking of sounds when you go through the cars? The actual noises? I have to. That's the first thing I have to do. That's why I always type it immediately.
会晤，
总统将会晤外国领袖。
It's still the same. Meet and talk. Oh,
妄想，
他总是妄想自己是世界的中心。
树
Heck. Oh.
垒
Oh boy. Oh. Oh. Okay.
西
What would be different if you didn't undo? It would move. It would make me want to look at the answer. Or give me a reason to pass without thinking about it. And it's not functional. There's no function to it. I don't use mistakes that way.
雁
Repetition doesn't help. Or it minimally helps.
T 胚胎
胚胎是生命的开始。
亚洲
中国是亚洲最大的国家之。
老天包什么？老天包着金香，香很香，前路由。What the? That sounds like some crazy. What the? I'm not quite sure what you're trying to say there. Let me see. It sounds more like a greeting than anything. But it's like a nice... Oh yeah, may God bless. Okay, yeah. I'm like, are you like just making a blessing? I'm like, God protect some bounty and like some bounty for future. Like, oh my gosh, may God bless us with abundant wealth and a prosperous future. Oh, I don't even know where the future comes from. Let's see, Lao Tian, so God protect Bao Yo. Okay. I guess that can be bless. I see. Yeah, that's bless. That's Jing, oh yeah, Jingxiang, so that's wealth. Jingxiang, and Xiang, so big, all great. before the road before us. So prospective road before us, which is like prosperous future. That's interesting. God blesses with golden mountains and silver roads ahead. Yeah. No silver here though. Oh wait. Oh yeah, Ying. Oh yeah. That's not Hun. That's Ying. Yeah, Ying Xiang. It for me it says let's see. Yeah, God bless golden mountains. God bless golden mountains, silver mountains. Before road we have, which translates to that. Yeah. So like, and also by the way, the silver is in simplified. It's in simplified character. It said it's all those things, drama. It's like all those things. It's not even May. There's not even a May. The May is understood. So it's a saying. So all the sayings are all correct. So you have old heavens, which is God. And then protect, preserve. Like preserve, like a bless for preservation, which is just being blessed. And then you have gold mountains, or oops, good. Gold mountains, which is wealth. The silver mountains, which is still well, like it's still wealth or prosperity. Well, not really prosperity, because you're looking at the road ahead. So the road ahead that we possess. So then if you combine the silver and the road ahead, the silver then becomes something that's the road ahead, which leads to our prosperous. There are 3 more lines. I see. That's written and simplified. And where are you better organized? And where are you getting all of this? What else we have here? Let's take a look. It's hard to see from there, so I'm just gonna copy and paste it into a larger format here. From a song? Oh, it's from a song. That means grammar is all out of. That means anything goes, because the grammar is also out of the question. So what do we got? Lao Tian. So Lao Tian, God, or the heavens. This time it's probably heavens. Lao Tian. It could be God or heaven. Lao Tian 教说 teach, advice. Okay, so that's advice. 教说别管, not to or stay out of 江湖. So streams, the river, streams of what? Long 湖豆. Something about the streams and flows of conflict And then I don't know what the Hudou is. Kind of looks like a bad place. But heaven is like heaven advises to stay out from the flows of conflicts and power. And then what do we have? What else we got? Lyrics are all like lyrics are interpretive. Lao Tian Ding Zhu. Okay, we're going with heaven or God again. Lao Tian Ding Zhu. Instruct again, sort of instruct. 这杯子杯子我像不丢. So something about the heavens telling me never to quit or never to quit being kind. Okay. And then the translation on genius for the second is God advises not to meddle in the rivers and lakes of strife. That's pretty much what that means. It's a really poetic way to say it. So all of these are all interpretive descriptors. So now we got Lao Tian, which Lao Tian is both heaven and God. Heaven and God are the same thing. So I'm just referring to something like Kami. Lao Tian Jiu. Okay, Lao Tian Jiu Pa. So Lao Tian Jiu Pa fears 36雷中打秋. Some 36 lightning bolts hits autumn. Okay. So what have we learned? God bless us with wealth. God bless us with wealth and posterity for our future. Please do not. Please do not. He instructs us not to get caught up in strife and conflict. Help us remember never to abandon kindness, maybe in our lifetime, or else heaven fears the 36 thunderbolts that will strike in autumn. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think those translations are good, in my opinion. But it's a way to, yeah, God fears the 36 strikes that thunder and the, well, yeah, that's fair. I don't quite think it has to be interpreted that way, but the idea is still the same. Like most of the ideas are still there. So it's kind of like what I don't know. What I don't know is if these are proper, if these are modern structure. I mean, it literally says, God fears 36 lightning bolts strike autumn. It doesn't actually say strike in autumn. We're quite far away of understanding that. Yeah, it doesn't quite. So here's what I don't understand about song lyrics. I'm not sure where the implicit nature of position is. So like, for example, it says like if that says God fears the, okay, that's fine. God fears, I got that. And 36 strikes that thunder. That's not what I see here. But that's interesting. So the part that I don't agree with is that thunder in the fall. I see like 36 thunderbolts strike in autumn. That's interesting. I guess it might still be similar. Like, strikes that thunder is thunderbolts. The second one is really poetic. God advises not to meddle in the rivers and lakes of strife. So it's a really poetic one where like not to be consumed or carried away in the rivers of conflict and struggle, or rivers and streams and lakes. Actually, it's rivers and lakes. They literally said lakes, right? Yeah, cool. That's a cool song. I don't understand songs, by the way, so I'm gonna be honest. I struggle with English songs as is, let alone it's not the same as poetry. I do like poetry, but I'm not sure about song lyrics. And as far as I know, song lyrics don't necessarily have to form sentences. So it's gonna be a really long time before I can fill in the gaps. It's gangster rap? Oh man. I'm gonna tell you now, I can't even I can't even decipher it in English. Like, it's a skill that I kind of avoid most of my life. I think as far as I know, I haven't been encouraged to be interested in those things. I listen to them though. I just don't listen for the comprehension of lyrics. So like when it comes like rap and hip hop and whatnot, I listen to the tones and the pitch and the cadence. I rarely ever comprehend what the lyrics are. I read lyrics though. I read the lyrics afterwards. It's still the same for Japanese. Like when I'm listening to a Japanese song, I'm like, oh, okay, that phrase I know. But in context, I have no idea what that means. Like, oh, they keep saying this word. I'm like, I don't know what the context is. That's the artist and song name. Karma Code. Oh, I see. Oh, Sky is your god? Interesting. Interesting. Hmm. Ying Guo or Karma Code. I don't even know how Ying Guo leads to Karma Code. Cause and fruit. Interesting. Thanks for the share. Is that one of the reasons why? Is that the thing that you have copied and pasted on your Discord profile? Was that where the lyric came from? Or is it coming from one of the songs? Like, is it the same band? Or the same group? No? Okay. You had some words, but I forgot what you told me. Was it the... I thought it was a lyric, right? From somewhere. But not this particular one. Interesting. Yeah, one day. One day. It could be now. I'm kidding, but one day. One day. And now I'm staring at something And I'm gonna continue to stare at it. No. 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 Songs will be interesting videos even in English. You get confused and have to think about it. No, that's not right. So if I were to lean in on the tie, that wouldn't be right. Would it? You have ice. Machine.
也萌芽
春天时萌芽的植物很美丽。
糖莲
I wonder, a drama. I don't know, since you're learning Japanese at the moment, have you ever looked at people's translations of Japanese Japanese songs? I find it very like intriguing to compare people's interpretations of the song. Like, what I mean by that is often people talk about how there's a loss in translation, right? And they talk about like how it's not meeting perfectly, or like, oh, you can't express this in English. But the whole reason that it's interesting to me is because of that. Like, what I mean is, when you're trying to translate poetry and songs between languages, the richness of people who want to do that creates a necessity to interpretation. And I absolutely love that. Like, what I mean is, the translation, because there's this barrier of things, it engages people to want to be empathetic and imbue some of their identity in their translations. So for what people dislike about language barriers, I like about humanity. So when you're translating a song lyric, you can give four people who might be multilingual, for example, but what they would translate, the ones that I find most interesting are the ones that are most interpretive of it. It's kind of like when you're playing a video game, right? And you're trying to have an actor present, depending on how restrictive the medium is, oftentimes I enjoy actors' interpretation of it within their language while trying to capture the essence of other things. So like, it's not the same when you're interpreting a song trying to fit it to a exact translation, because to me it's something you're striving for that makes the breadth of interpretations missing. And what I mean by that is because songs, even in their native language, like we're a native speaker, like I'm a native English speaker, but the song will still be interpreted differently from my eyes. Like, despite those words being exactly those words, they would not mean the same thing. So then when you go to translate another song in a different language in which you're reading, it habitually makes you want to think about the way you interpret the song. At least in my opinion, the ones that do. The ones that I don't really interact with very much are those who believe that exactness is something that's achievable and that everyone should agree on one meaning of the song. I love songs because they don't have a concrete meaning. Like, what I mean is, there's a gist of what the song means, but they can be transformative. It's kind of like looking at an art piece and then dictating to another person what the art piece has to mean, with given limits, obviously. I do appreciate those people who like want to convert and translate song as accurately as possible. It's certainly a feat, but I do enjoy when people listen to songs and they add a bit of their interpretive flair because there are so many synonyms and like word choices. Like, for example, the whole time I was saying heaven instead of God, right? Because heaven is an entity that is bigger, and that's kind of my choice of using heaven instead, right? And then when I think of like river and streams, I think of the flow, the ebb and flow, and the turbulence and torrentialness of rivers and lakes, as opposed to thinking about it like literally strife and conflict. I'm imagining a turbulent river and lakes, is what they're saying about not being swept away by river and lakes, like figuratively. So it feels a lot more like poetry when you are trying to translate something. And in a way, that's kind of what I miss about people who engage in creative arts. Like, there's less exploration of meaning anymore. A lot of times it's often about facts. So whenever you watch like a movie, there will be like an argument about what the exact meaning of that movie is, and as opposed to what all of the things that movie could mean, like what the meaning is. And then, you know, obviously you can ask the developer and stuff what the intent is, and it turns out the developer and the person probably didn't even do this. Oh, here's a good one. Oh no, which show was it? It's an anime. Which anime was it? It's a very influential anime, but one of the influential Spy Family. The writer of Spy Family, there are a lot of fans who like were interpreting and looking at the nonverbal communication and the verbal and the dialogue, and they theorize a lot of balances between like talking about family values and spy, like balancing, and I don't know if you've seen Spy Family, but it's a combination of like a slice of life thing and like a spy backdrop. So it's a family that had to come together like a spy family, where they carry out their missions, but the individuals in the family become closer and closer because of their like cover up or their mission, which is a very Western thing. There's quite a lot of great shows that balances like family and spy things. When they asked the director or like the person who was writing and the animator of the things, you've never seen it? Well, the fans theorized a lot of things, and they know like they're good with Japanese and, you know, animation and stuff. And turns out the person who wrote it didn't have any of that in mind. Like most of the popular fan theories, that wasn't even the point. Like they didn't go out to make that point in the first place. And that's what I like about transformative things, especially about song lyrics and poetry and art. I kind of miss that. Where when people go and see something, they don't argue about what is right. They argue about what it means to them. Or like, not really argue, but they share what it means to them. And whenever people translate lyrics, especially Japanese lyrics, you get a lot of breathing room for what type of English words that they end up choosing. And it does come out like poetry. One thing I would have to say is there are some Chinese songs where when you know the Chinese, feels less poetic. This one was really good though. I like this one. This one, it's talking about, yeah, it's really talking about, it's very poetic. Like the words they use are very poetic. It doesn't come out as, oh yeah, don't hurt people, don't get in fight. Like it really is meadow and rivers and lakes of strife. Like hold on to goodness in lifetimes, like this lifetime. Like it really does say that. At least to me it says that, but it could be phrased differently. Like do not get involved in other people's problems, or like do not get in fights, and then always stay kind, right? Always stay kind. And then be wary. There are SpongeBob lore content creators on YouTube who interpret SpongeBob in such detail that you can't imagine the author ever thinking about it, any of it. I think they've just discovered coincidences. Yeah, and hear me out. Despite it not being true per se, art is transformative. So I do miss those things. Like for example, when I was younger, when I was younger, I took film class. Yeah, in high school I had film class, and also we also had like literature, right? Literature. And whenever people interpret things in class, we would write like essays on those. So it would be so sweaty because we're graded on essays, and it get down to the point where like, are we sure? Are we sure we're just seeing coincidences? Because like for example, literature would be like Shakespeare. And you often wonder, like, man, Shakespeare's not alive right now, but could he have meant all these things? Like, it got to the point where when I was doing my essay, quite nearly every single line was scrutinized for significance. And today, I like to think that there are still very brilliant people in the world, right? Like very, very intelligent people who can find and cross-reference patterns and whatnot. And even those individuals would not be able to produce what Shakespeare is held, the standards that Shakespeare is held to. Like, it almost feels inhuman for someone who could have right where they planned legitimately every single significant word. Like that's kind of, I actually like that. I enjoy that humans do that. They can find significance and transformative significance regardless if the original intent was to be that. And I think language has a really wonderful way of doing that when you're learning a new language. Like Japanese, when you're learning and you're listening and you're slowly transforming, your interaction with that language starts to take on a new form. And then having more than one language, it starts to take even more, like, you know, like a different form. I remember film, my favorite, like, I still love my film class from high school. And we did Hitchcock films. So we largely did Hitchcock films, like North by Northwest, and I think North by Northwest and Charade. Hold up, let me make sure these are Hitchcock films. There is one that we didn't watch that was not Hitchcock. It was On the Waterfront. On the Waterfront was not by Hitchcock. And we like scrutinized every single frame. There was a point that one of my classmates interrupted the class, or like asked the class, it's like, are you sure, like, are you sure Hitchcock really meant this? Like, it's kind of hard to believe. We watched We watched, of course, Psycho. Psycho, North by Northwest was Hitchcock, and then I wasn't sure of Charade. No, Charade was not Alfred Hitchcock. It's someone else, and I think it was really focused on the actors, but we also watched Charade and On the Waterfront, and you start scrutinizing the scenes, and I'm like, yeah. And I still love it. I absolutely love it. Like, you can't know if they intended it, but you can't rule out that they subconsciously did it anyways, if you know what I mean. Like animation, this is why I love anime and like animation in general. Anime is even more intentful. Like, you can't, they're like, sure, you can certainly model after something, but placement of those things are important. Hitchcock was very important as a study for cinematic because he had to stage things. Back in the old times, right? Back in the old times, you have like a scene, and you would have a bed here, right, and a stand here, and then you would be looking through the window, right? You would be looking through the window, and then there would be two people standing here, like arguing or talking. Hitchcock back then had to stage all of these things. It's not like take a camera and go and shoot on location or something. So it's much like animation, where you have to stage all of these things. So the creators have to consciously make specific decisions. Now, you can feel this as a viewer because you can intuit what is soulless versus what is soulful. Because when you see a soulless piece, you would notice that, I guess it's just normal. Everything's just normal. Like, that's normal. That's normal. You just went through and capture normal things. There's no soul that is communicated from the creator into their work. And that, you might be thinking, well, isn't that just a documentary? Documentaries have narration. It is cut, edited, and presented in a very specific way to communicate their message. So back in the day, the early days, instead of relying specifically on like recreations of hyperrealism, when you analyze Hitchcock films, there's so little noise. Like nowadays, you can add noise and realistic backgrounds and stuff to create that imagery of noise and detail. Back in the day, the stages are so immaculate. They're clean. So you know that the object that is being placed and the position of the camera, there's so little to scrutinize. So those things are so inherently important. And that's what I really loved about when people do essays on old movies. The new movies are a little bit harder to know, really. And that's kind of where you get to that territory, like what was intentional. SpongeBob is animated, so it does create, and SpongeBob also uses a simplified animation style. And that simplification means that there is some intent behind the things they choose to include versus not. It's kind of the less is more situation. Less is more. And songs are very much that. You saw a video that covered a study that said the language changed how one thinks. Very interesting. Yeah, it really rewires things. I can't wait. We're gonna have to do some songs and, talk about poetry. Were you the one that we wrote in haiku? No. Are you the one that entertained me? Someone in Discord for a moment started typing in haiku with me. Haiku. I don't know if it's you. I think it was someone else. It was kind of fun for a little bit. Start typing it, using it. I'm not sure if it was Bree. It might have been Blair. I haven't heard from Blair in a while. Hopefully she's doing okay. You didn't do haikus? Okay. Yeah, typing in like haikus were kind of fun. Thanks for sharing. That song sounds only so far just based on the lyrics. It's a really wonderful song. I think it has a wonderful message. Very wonderful message. It's very contrasty to what you said about gangster rap. Chinese, huh? Are they located in mainland? That stuff is not very popularized in mainland. Is it like Hong Kong or Taiwan? It's not every day you hear that type of thing being super like have high reach. I'm kind of running on like the statistics game here. From China, like mainland China, it's like 80 to 90% is like soft pop and ballads. Largely because it's from Hong Kong. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because mainland, there's like a very strong enrichment for like soft pop and ballads and like ballet and not opera, sorry, not ballet, opera. So the operatic singing and like slow instrumentals, things that conform to the age-old traditions. It's incredibly traditional in China as far as my recollection, the impressions that I have. I can't tell you how many ballads I listened to. My parents still like watch programming from like whatever is available, and it's usually like opera, like Beijing opera or something like that. You have that really high operatic singing, and then the pop music tends to be like very ballady, and most of the lyrics tend to be incredibly wholesome. They're incredibly wholesome lyrics, but the lyrics tend to not involve spiritualism. They typically involve like pragmatic things, like love one's neighbor, like love. I know it still sounds like it's similar messaging, but the idea is most of the subject matter deals with earthly things, like a lot of earthly things. So that language is interesting. It's very potentially avant-garde in mainland. This is my impression as a foreigner, but it's a foreigner who has parents that like to keep track of what's happening in China, right? Intriguing. Do you usually listen to Chinese artists? I actually have no current Chinese artists. It's intriguing. Or like an artist that speak Chinese or use like at least Mandarin. Most of the artists that I listen to that I've encountered lately are Cantonese artists. And then a lot of the programming tends to be in Cantonese, actually. I think it's only like the last year since there was an explosion of Mandarin. You think I became popular in the West because XQC listens to random international radio station? Oh, that's cute. I have heard that there are quite a lot of people that have promoted international, especially like Asian, like China, Japan situation And that's kind of been really lovely. And then I was aware of SQC to some extent. I wasn't aware that it was because of international radio stations. And there was others like I Show Speed, right? I Show Speed also had a very let's just say viral exposure to Chinese and Japanese culture. So it's been, I think it's cool, and I really hope it stays wholesome and mutually respectful and whatnot. There has been quite a lot of outlying unintended overzealous stuff too. You don't really listen to Chinese music, you listen to some Japanese music. Do you listen to Yorishika? Actually, I'm not even sure. Yorishika. Actually, I'm not even sure how it's pronounced now. Now that I have Yori. I now that I'm focusing on Yoro. Sorry, Yoro, not Yori. Yoro. Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know what their pitch accent is for the band name. Hold up, let me see if there's. You listen to Tsubaki? Oh, Tsubaki, yes. I think the band that I would listen to most of the time, like, it usually doesn't. Oh, it's in katakana, so you can't really know. Yorushika. Yorushika. I'm just gonna say Yorushika. Before I used to say Yorushika. 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 The Mbuna guy. I don't think, to me, it's like my guilty pleasure. Like, this band is probably something that I listen to habitually. There's also Polka Dot Stingray that's pretty good. This one. Yoru shi. This one. And then the composer is Nbuna. A lot of these bands tend to have like a composer and then have a front band name. Kind of like Yoasobi. Yoasobi and Ayase. So, which Ayase is the writer. What type of Japanese music do you listen to, Drama? Or like, what is an example? Sorry, not really what type of music, but what do you have an example? Outside Shibaki. Like, is there something about Shibaki that you like? Did you ever listen to Creepy Nuts? I know how that sounds. It's not what it sounds like. Time to steal some recommendations from you two. Have you listened to Creepy Nuts? That's the closest thing to some intense rap that I can think of, and it really is. It's more like hip hop, but you don't know. You listen to various stuff. Okay, so you don't know if you listened to Creepy Nuts lately. I feel like it's something that people would remember if you come across a group name called Creepy Nuts. Akayan, I don't know what that. I don't know what that is. Oh, I'm not familiar with this one. Can you tell me is it just Takayan? Like, it's written just that way? The only example I have is el video que acabas de ver no es de mi autoría. Oh, that's just a disclaimer in Spanish, but it's trap rap. Is that the correct one? It's a guy who posted and said that they don't own the rights to the audio that they're posting in Spanish, but okay. Trap rap. I'll take a 10 million 6 years ago. I'll take a look. Oh no, wait. No, I know who this is. Okay. Interesting. So the one that I saw was the one. Yeah, I seen. Oh, okay. Intriguing. I did see one of their music videos. One of their music videos went viral because it was yes, it was that kind of mute. Cheating is a crime is a banger, but got taken down from YouTube and Spotify. Wait, really? Is it because of the subject matter? Like what I mean is like the algorithm hit it hard. It's still I see one here. Oh, okay. Interesting. I see a bunch of people reposting though. Interesting. I will give it a listen. That's another thing for do tonight. I have so many things to do tonight. What an exciting evening I will have. Bree suggested watching this one guy who like breaks down logic puzzles, daily logic puzzles. That's kind of cute. I'll take a listen to Akayan. Alright, thanks. Thanks for the break, the intermission. Now we gotta complete this. I am running out of time. It's 4 a.m. already, man. I know I didn't do yesterday's Wordle. Bree already told me the Wordle word. So Bree does Wordle too. So I already know the Wordle word. So we're not gonna do that Wordle word. I can't help you. I can't participate. It was unintentional, but Bree likes Wordle.
肇事者
目击者指认了肇事者的车辆。
Never heard of creepy nuts? You better go listen to these nuts. I mean those nuts, sorry. You better go and check it out.
警
Check them creepy nuts out. I don't know. I said creepy nuts because that's the closest thing I can think of from your current list of things, or like the few things you mentioned. That's a personal share. Oh.
「拓宽
阅读能拓宽思维。
Oh yeah, you listen to some German artists. Do I know any German artists? Nope. Does Rammstein count? I'm kidding. I don't listen to Rammstein, but I mean, I've heard some things from Rammstein, but that is I don't have any experience with German artists. I was memeing with Rammstein. There is a chance I might have heard some German artists from time to time, but I can't recall any of their names, unfortunately. Yeah, yeah. I mean, but I was memeing with Rammstein, so it counts. It's kind of like saying, "Oh yeah, like a German say like, oh, I listen to American music, Britney Spears, right?" Person opposite is wearing an Ado hoodie. Listen, are you wearing your hoodie, Mika? Are you? Did we already had this talk? We already had this talk, right? Actually, Drama had to talk with you, not me, but I think I don't know who is here, but you know, you are. Oh, you should go and talk to them. I mean, that sounds amazing. You will not be saying anything. Oh man, why not? You met another person with an auto hoodie. Okay, all right. It's up to you. Oh wait, you might not have time because you already have like 5 minutes and 5 minutes and 5 minutes. You've already cramming all the 5 minutes. That's fair. It's the second time you've seen. Wow. I don't think that quite improves the situation, but all right. Oh, wait. Oh, develop. Oh, wait. Yes. Or expand. Oh, you're in art class right now. Oh, absent teacher, but someone else is in your class is wearing it. Oh, okay. Adohu. Oh no. Okay. All right, I'm gonna try to finish this while you guys jibber jabber. Uh-oh. I remember they used a flag for this instead. Honestly, not good enough. Oh, it was May. Ah, dang. How can I improve the eyebrows? I made it about grooming, about Mario's eyebrows. We'll see if we can make that better. It's expand and develop, or widen. Fine. Kid Hootie. You're fine. You'll live.
玄
All right.
喘
I gotta finish now.
意 寒
Should have
梅
went with the May. But we do have to reinforce it. Not getting it really.
相仿
我们在厢房里吃晚饭。
people. You know it's bad when you get to watch along in art class. I see. Really bad. I am drawing a blank on that, even though we worked on it multiple times. Okay.
枯萎，
花因为缺水而枯萎了。
匆匆而去，而去，
匆匆而去，
而去，
它匆匆而去了。
去。Okay. Like, I don't know, going in a hurry. Maybe you should buy auto merge so they come up instead. Whatever works.
喝，
I think this is a pass. Sure. Yeah, the pass. Again, we already worked on it. That's really annoying.
E 节，斗，是，
各位演员，
英俊，
这位演员又英俊又聪明。
Heck! Huh.
干燥，
沙漠的气候非常干燥。
习，
Long ago and long time ago. What was crazy to you was finding a random blue archive player when playing chess with them? Ew. Blue archive. I'm kidding. Okay.
窝，
Well, that one kind of sucked. heck?
喷漆，
他的衣服上沾到了喷漆。
喷漆。Oh, that's gonna not last very long.
篷车，
他们用篷车运送农产品。
匣，
Oh no.
惹事，
别去惹事，安静一点。
侠义，
他相信侠义。
义，仲裁，
强制仲裁在美国很盛行。
亲爹，
他找到了自己的亲爹。
壁垒，
消除壁垒是合作的关键。
Huh. Oh.
挽救，
医生挽救了他的生命。
挽回，
他的努力挽回了失败。
停泊，
小船停泊在河边。
Oh, the pass. We're just gonna add long ago and stuff. Same difference.
血，月，穴位，
背部的穴位能缓解腰酸。
脂肪，
他想减少体内的脂肪。
姜，
All right, we wrapped up pretty well there. Oh, it's after 4 a.m. Oof. Oof. Another 4 a.m. I was supposed to cover Neverwinter today. Kinda did a little too much. All right. Let's get to this. Oh, there's a hung in here, right? It does look like hung. Nice sleep schedule, I know, right? 城 于 wait yes 毛一燕 That's oh, this is the flood thing. 讲 okay. 是 I don't know, it's a tongue 飞将飞将分歧僵尸仲夏七夕怎么个七夕洞穴那些洞穴两期汤椅 What the 汤椅 A covered chair? Oh, not covered. Just ran. How do you remember the things you just learned? Strange ass. You remember them? Forehead? I'm kidding. I mean, like, you use your mnemonics. Actually, I don't really look at my mnemonics. I look at the character. The characters look like what they are now. Most of them. Tilia. Qi Liang. Yeah, I just you remembered them, you know? Sometimes I use the mnemonics. Like this one. Can't really see though. Shigai. I mean, I only have to remember these ones, technically. You only have to remember these ones because all the vocabulary you're supposed to get them from yesterday. It's the second time I've seen these. Right? So, you see them once, and then you see them again. It's the third time actually. You see them once, you see them again, and then you see the other ones as a vocabulary immediately after that. So technically the only new things that I'm quote unquote remembering right now are these things. All the other ones are getting exposed again. I guess it's still remembering them. But they've already occurred. All of these characters already occurred before. Like twice. Wait, y'all. 旗舰 That's discriminate. Then what is that one? Diverge? Okay. Yeah, so you're really technically only remembering 7 new things each time. Like 7 new characters. All these are new words. Like all these are new words, but Chinese, Mandarin at least, or traditional, oh actually just this is Chinese. So Chinese have a way of remembering things even despite after there are examples that aren't, that feel like Japanese, like for example something like this probably. Whoops. Like I don't remember what the other one is. That's how rare it is. So there are rare ones, but it doesn't feel like Japanese. Japanese use less characters. I don't know how else I can say this, but because Japanese use less characters and then use things attached to the characters, it's actually less memorable because they use the characters less. And it might sound like, wait, what do you mean they use the characters less? Like, it doesn't seem like it's as frequent. Largely because Chinese has to use all the characters. Like you see the characters a lot. Like you see characters a lot. And I'd like to think that you see a lot of characters in Japanese, but not as much. Not as much. Largely because of particles and kana and katakana in the mix. So here you get really used to it. And also the pairing system, like everything is paired. Like legitimately everything is paired. There are some that stands alone, but those things function as relations. So because Japanese, I mean like the Japanese part, the ones that are formal words and are Chinese, they are also memorable too. So you can also say that learning Japanese can reinforce this. Like there are a few weak words here and there that got reinforced because of Japanese, and there are a few characters and vice versa, but it's felt way less on the other side of things. I know far more characters in Chinese than, like, I know far more Hanzi context than I know kanji, and I still think I have diminished return on recognizing characters. And also sounds are not unique. You know, sounds are quite literally not unique to 80 to 90% of Japanese characters. There are a few examples that are unique, like some yakus some shoals here and there, but Chinese though, more characters, more sounds. It clicks after a while. Honestly, just reading things kind of clicks. Like, drama was giving me sentences or lyrics from like a song, which doesn't, they're not structured like your usual speaking thing. They're sung more like in a way that it sounds. So you've been on a huge Japanese music kick, made a 8.5-hour playlist for studying. All you've been listening to? What have you been listening to, James? Well, what's on that list? 8.5 hours is quite long. Any like particular ones right now? Like, what are you currently listening to? Like, it doesn't have to be in any particular order, but anything that's off the top of your list or like top of your head. And I'll go over this before I end the day. Kind of off to La La Land at this point. My my stamina is waning here. Alright, so we have Harry Potter, who's in the chapel. He is celebrating, or... Oh no. It's something about a turntable. Oh no. It's Hanjo. Oh my gosh, it's Hanjo. Alright, so he's in, and there's like a celebration where there's a tree, and he uses his magic to heckin' produce some turntables that plays Hanjo music, and he has like a Hanjo sweatshirt. Oh man, this one's rough. There's really nothing you can do other than he summoned something, like he uses magic to celebrate Hanjo music. 80s city pop adjacent, I see. Yellow Magic Orchestra, I see. And then, okay. Yellow Magic Orchestra adjacent, huh? There are some modern city pop peeps as well lately. I think city pop in general is still very much alive in the pop scene for Japanese music. Taiko Oniki? Oniki is another favorite city. Okay, also like Gari Panyu. And Yoasobi. Yeah, Yoasobi was my example of the newer city pop stuff. Yeah. New age city pop things. I will place Taiko. Wait. Taiko on. I'm not sure if I. Yep. Okay. I have heard some stuff by her. I don't know if some of the J-pop stuff that I listened to way back in the day counts as city pop, but it's like meh. It's more like 90s J-pop as opposed to city pop. Like things like Ayumi Hamasaki situation. There are bands that are kind of old school that I remember, like Bees. Or X Japan. Let's see. We have Charlie Brown, who's in the infirmary. Oh, this is where he's like placing up ornaments. Placing up ornaments for the guys. Putting up signs of the dragon, but it doesn't help Charlie Brown feel any better. Feels Batman. Now we have Yugi, who's in the house. And he's like, you know what? We're gonna go in style. So he uses his card and summons a car, sort of, in the form of a carriage. And for whatever reason, it has like an interesting zipper door and some old school fin wheel things. Malice Miser, yeah, there's Malice Miser. I'm familiar with that as well. That's pretty old school. Malice Miser is like the Elark and Seal situation as well. The era. A modern one that like goes hard that I kind of like, that they're also, I think there's still a chance that they're coming back with the release, is probably Maximum the Hormone. New metal band. There was a promo that linked up with that dance group. I forgot what the dance group's name. Akayashi? Or hold up. I keep forgetting their name. Atarashi? Oh no, Akashi. Or no. Atarashi Gakko. Yeah, Atarashi Gakko. They had a collab with reimagining one of the older Maximum the Hormone things. So there was a video with them in it. It was a collab with MTH. And that sparked a lot of excitement that they might come back and release another album. Like MTH is going to release another album. Atarashi Gakko is like, they're peaking. Like they're doing super well. And then there's like in that realm there's still like Rio. Oh wait, I actually Rail. Yeah, Rail is still doing really well. She does the new modern city pop situation, Real. And then there's what's her name? Lisa. There's always Lisa. She goes hard pretty hard. Lisa. And then my personal, I've already shared this with Drama. My personal is Yorushika. Yorushika it's lovely. Oh, there is another one that I really liked, but I haven't listened to much of their things. They did the ending for Jujutsu Kaisen. Though the one track is awesome. I really enjoy it. I think it's the second ending. I think it's at the second ending. Hold on. No, it's not the second ending. Third ending? No, wait. Oh no. What's the band name? It's such a mood. Hang on, let me check. Which one is it? Jujutsu Kaisen. Not ending 2. Not ending 3. Oh no, maybe it's not? Oh yeah, it's called More Than Words. More Than Words by Hitsuchi Bungaku. Yeah. Hitsuchi, yeah, Bungaku. No More Words. More Than Words. Oh, this one is such a vibe. More Than Words is such a vibe. There were a couple of people who were learning Japanese that introduced a few like Japanese math rock stuff. That stuff is pretty meditative. Anyways, it's awesome to hear that you're enjoying Japanese music. I don't have too much time to listen to music lately. I do listen to soundtracks quite a lot though. I'm a soundtracks kind of person. Like orchestral pieces and movie soundtracks, video game soundtracks. Let's see. So Mario is inside the barn. Oh, where he's like taking a spear to a bunch of flour, drying them up to make straw for the aminals. All right, so we have Diddy Kong, who is in the house, basically monkeying around. So he's taking some bamboo. Basically making a bamboo flute. But I just realized, how does it work with the field? Oh, because of a sprout. It's a sprout, not a... There's a little stroke there that I can't see. A bamboo sprout. Yeah, what are my faves to put on? Like, if you go to Yoroshika, or Sakana Action. These guys, and you go to their channel, for example, and do like top 100, top 10, good enough. That's good enough. Sakana Action is kaiju. Probably kaiju is the newest thing. Yoroshika kaiju would be part of the song in the anime Orb. Orb would be the song from Orb, the anime show that went wrong. And then Yoroshika's Haru is from Frien's opening. So those are like viral ones, but these two are very... This is my, like, if I had to say my go-to stuff, like in terms of Japanese stuff, these two represent a lot of the qualities that makes them very safe for me. They really elicit my compositional history. I don't know if you... Do you make music? Are you a musician by any chance, James? I was a musician. Life has ways. Yoshi is in the bathroom of the pawn shop. You do make music? Oh, neat. Very neat. I haven't gone back to trying to make music or play music yet. I'm trying to make some space in my life for that one day. Again. This is where Yoshi chases a wild goose who stole one of his priceless eggs from the pawn shop, and then flies out the window and over a cliff. But he's got his compatriot Birdman to take care of business. We have James Bond, who is in the basement of the. That's not Jung. Is Jung. Jung. Not Jung. Oh, in the English manor. Use Ableton, play guitar and bass a bit. I'm a violinist, and later I was like an amateur guitar, like finger guitarist, and it's still really amateur. So, but violin was like 6 years, something like that. When you're an Asian kid, you gotta start playing a string instrument. If it's not the violin, it's probably a piano. However, if you got like some extra girth and strength, you can pick up a cello. I was a scrawny kid, so cello was out of the question. What was this? James Bond basement. Oh, this is where like the basement. He's on a mission. Somehow the basement got flooded. The ground was filled with water. The ground was filled with water, but he managed to reach out. Managed to reach out and grab a hold of the rich aristocrat's fingers. And do what? A rescue. You were a violin kid? Oh. You would love to be able to play violin. It's a really beautiful instrument. It really is. It's also incredibly competitive, right? It's interesting. Nowadays, I think of like examples would be like Lindsay Starling. That's a really wonderful way of embracing the medium between violin and contemporary. Violin was purely my parents' aspiration of the what you call it, the perception of using instruments, and especially string instruments, to create character and develop character and skill building. So violin was definitely part of that. I've yet to pull out the violin. There's also I don't know if you've ever seen the traditional 2-string instrument, the vertical one, like from China. I forgot what it's called. But my mother actually bought one of those, and she thought that my violin skills would translate to that. I think somewhere in the house there's one of those in there, but I don't know where it is. It is somewhere in this house though. I have 2 guitars. Well, they're just sitting there. There's so much things to do in life. Just don't have enough time for everything. I don't really enjoy things more or less. I just simply enjoy. And my life has to grow bigger with more people and more interest before I sway into new interest. Yeah, I have a seagull, a traditional dreadlock seagull, the standard practice one, and then I have a Saint Martin. I only have acoustic guitars on me. I don't have any electric. I've been more of a traditional string instrument kind of guy with a sound box. Although I think the Saint Martin that I have, it has a electronic interface. So it has like a plug-in for it. Yeah, music has taken you a big back step, taken a big back step for you too since starting Japanese. You feel it feels good though. You can just follow where the passion leads. Yeah. I hope other people like that's what I wish everyone has the privilege to do. Like all the things you have to do, right, in life, like all the homework and work and careers and stuff, I really do hope that in some part of their life, like at least 20% of their life, they can go and ebb and flow with wherever their passion leads. And the reason why I've been doing all these the last couple of years is not necessarily to demonstrate that I have all the time in the world, or like you have to be, I don't know, super rich, super genius, or something like that to find some sort of solace in your life to balance some passion seeking. In fact, I actually think there are people right now, there's quite a lot of people I would argue have far more time and privileges that I have, but they are passionless in their life. There other things that are happening in their life is clouding the ability to have any form of passion lead something. So like it's not literally taking up all their time, it's emotionally and figuratively taking up all their time. They have spent like a very large proportion of their life like a bit like not motivated basically. Like there's so much empty space in the person's transition and willingness to find something that can make everything else a bit brighter each day. So it's kind of a fun challenge day in and day out to try to get people to elevate their life, because it's one of the richest things you can do as a human being, and that is to create and follow passion without the need to do that. Yo Jim, did you just call James Jim? Trauma. I see what you did there, or I hope that's what you're doing. I don't really know. Anyways, you did? Yeah, that's probably what I wanna say to everyone, at least whoever's here or in the future or something. I'm near the end of my, like, it's time to head off soon. But what I can say is, when you are alive, so basically whoever I meet as a human being, right? I assume they're human. You might be thinking, wait, you meet people who aren't human? Yes, I do. I talk to bots a lot. There's a lot of chances they end up being bots and not the actual human that's behind using the bot. More on that in the future, I imagine. But for now, I like to think that if it's one person or two people or three people, one person at a time, we gotta keep each other, at least in my opinion, we gotta try our best to keep each other motivated. You have a confession, I'm a robot? Hey, that's my gag. I actually use that gag sometimes, where someone would say like, hey, I didn't know you were on. Man, you stream a really long time. And I was like, that's because occasionally in the middle of my 8-hour stream, 2 hours of it is run with a deep fake on a loop using AI models. So I'm technically half robot. You just don't know. It's a seamless transition. Occasionally when I'm like typing in Discord, it's actually the real me. The me that you see right now is, it's Sora working in overdrive right now. You know, all this stuff is really planned. I am too. You wonder what an AI MAKU stream would look like? Ask ChatGPT. I can sound like ChatGPT. I most definitely can sound like ChatGPT if I wanted to. ChatGPT sounds like when I was writing my scientific papers. So like put ChatGPT on a TTS and then use like maybe a VTube rig and say like, oh yeah, you know, guys, hey, I'm gonna try something for the next year or so. I'm just gonna represent myself in this as a VTuber avatar. I prepared this rig. I actually can rig and do the stuff in Blender. So you just say, I'm just trying to try this out, and then put a TTS on, and then use ChatGPT to push out a like maybe like you can confine it to a university level, maybe second year, sophomore level English, and then speak by impersonating, I don't know, scientific writing. You can probably get away with it, honestly. How can RNA viruses maintain genetic information over evolutionary time scales despite mutation rates that theoretically exceed Egan's error threshold, and what mechanism allows them to avoid mutational meltdown? That is a great question, of which I do not have the statistical know-how to comment with great certainty. However, RNA viruses tend to be challenged by bioselection, right? So RNA viruses tend to be parasitic in nature. So typically the host ends up selecting for those. So no, they do undergo mutational meltdowns and mutational rates that lead to abortive mutations in RNA viruses. However, because of biological dependency of RNA viruses, I would make an argument that it's very reasonable to say that the host-dependent nature of RNA viruses would probably still continue to select and continue to select beneficial mutations that allow them to persist in the host. So mutational meltdowns do occur despite that type of mathematical theoretical model. However, when you factor in biological hosts, then there might be an enrichment due to the biological selections on preserving, or quote unquote preserving, selfish mutations, right? So RNA viruses may persist perhaps by biological selection. Another popular way to view it is perhaps RNA viruses do not undergo catastrophic mutational meltdowns because the minimalistic codes that they have are maybe more robust than like your counterparts in higher organisms. Generally speaking, RNA viruses also do not get like interacts with cellular factors that larger organisms do. Like our cells microenvironment does affect like the sensitivity and the selection factors that create our like RNA sturdy abilities, while RNA viruses may carry genes that simply are more tolerant to mutational rates. That doesn't mean that RNA viruses like suddenly don't start become abortive or malfunctioning. There are very good evidence that there's a lot of insertional mutagenesis that persists that might have originated from RNA viruses or integrating viruses. Like our genes, like for example, the placental gene is viral of origin. So there might be even to the point where when a RNA virus, and we're talking about retroviruses here because I don't really know too much about non-integrating retroviruses or non-retroviruses, non-RNA retroviruses. When they integrate, they might also have host protective nature. So there might be correcting, while they're hijacking in their life cycle, they can also be edited in the host. So even if they have theoretical abortive mutational rates, it can be corrected possibly due to replication machinery that they hijack in the host. So like a virus enters a cell, they also can benefit from the error editing and stuff of the host. So even if they undergo high mutation, there's a chance that whatever recombinant actions that happen, right, in the host can be protective against it. I mean, if you think about it, there's also many things that make the host incredibly have mutational rates. I'm not familiar with Eigen's error threshold though, like how that's calculated with respect to mutational rate. That's a really interesting question. I don't study this, by the way. I don't study catastrophic mutational meltdowns. I typically study conserved coding regions for viral what is the word? Viability. The viral viability. So we test like what disrupts the viral life cycle. And typically those things, despite having high mutational rates over time, those they continue to persist with functional coding regions for essential things, like essential life cycle related things. It's so interesting though. Where does that question come from? Where did that question come from? Drama, were you listening to something or writing something about it? That's super. I haven't tried answering that question when I was looking at RNA viruses in my graduate studies. That's a really interesting question. I wonder if someone ever hyper mutated that. You Google difficult questions about viral biology. Oh, I just triggered all my phones after saying the G word. All right. Anyways, that's a super difficult question, and it would be very difficult to answer, considering that you have to find what constitutes as how to elicit natural occurring mutational rate. Like what would you do? You can accelerate the mutational rate by irradiating the RNA, but that destroys pretty much everything, right? So the alternative is you could find you can maybe construct a RNA virus to target a very fast replicating organism, like maybe a microbacteria or like a microbe, like a bacterial thing, and then just run it 8 billion generations, like just rapidly constantly reproduce the bacteria, and then you can introduce a gene for the RNA virus that would be easily visible, and then you can see if maybe you can calculate how abortive it is over time, how many generational bacteria, and then when you check when it stops, you can analyze the viral DNA that's present in the culture that loses, I don't know, a bioluminescence gene or something like that, that makes you visualize, so you can color or you can use excitation or bioluminescence to track which bacterial generation that the virus protein stops expressing, and see how many mutational things happen before the viruses stop persisting. But the problem here is it probably will continue to persist. Like I would be more interested right now. The first question is, can you get a virus that will infect a high reproducing organism and have it immediately become mutationally like gone? Like, how would you do that? So the question is there a way where you can mark the RNA virus, have it target like an organism that repopulates in a very large volume, like a bacteria of choice, and then be able to microfluidically sieve out and sort? You can do this still. You can sort cells like this too. You can sort it based on the biomarker that you placed in the viral vector, and then you're trying to do it enough so that you can collect a bunch of like you separate them based on the color metric, right? Or the whatever tag you use. And you would screen all the ones that no longer express the viral vector. It might be 0. It might be so small that it just doesn't happen. But that would be the first really interesting question, where can you get a virus to target a organism and it replicates so much that there are enough bacteria or whatever organism you're using that actually have abortive, like mutational, like abortive viruses. You probably like it is pretty high on certain viruses, but I don't know of all viruses. Like the virus that I worked with, when you infect like your cells, right? Well, you have a cell culture, there's, let's say, like 10 million cells. Only a small fraction of them actually gets infected and starts producing virions, like start replicating the viruses. So inherently, a lot of the other ones, there was a reason, there are many reasons why it didn't happen. Either the virus did not successfully infect the cells, or it was silenced. There's so many things that happen that isn't necessarily related to mutagenesis, like a mutagenesis question. And at the same time, you need to be able to select all of them. Then you have to you have to determine and separate what was the cause. And then when you select all those, how many cells are left was due to like a mutational failure, like a mutational meltdown. I don't even know how you determine mutational meltdown other than it ceased to express. Like there's so many questions right now that I would immediately go and bury myself in methodology in order to determine how people even measured like Eigen's error threshold, for example. You would first look in the methodology in how is it theoretical, or they was able to experimentally determine what that is. And you can probably adapt one of the experimental procedures and then use like modern technology to create a viral vector that can be used as a reporter. You have a reporter gene in the RNA virus, and then you use like microfluidics or something, and then try to select and enrich for specific cells with a marker and a like phenotype or something that you can for certain determine that the virus itself, the RNA virus itself, just terminated from mutational meltdown. For the record, I have no idea what the characteristics or the specificity of mutational meltdown, and I don't know what Eigen's error threshold is. I'm merely speculating on the question that it is interesting to see that if you consider RNA viruses high mutational rate, why don't they end up being abortive? So what is mutational meltdown then? Happens when mutation rate increases too much, population size shrinks, selection weakens, and this can be triggered by antiviral drugs. Oh, okay. And then radiation chemical mutagens. Yep. Oh, so they were using artificially in order to calculate. I see. So antiviral drugs can also trigger mutational meltdowns. Interesting. I'm not sure of the antiviral drug. My impression of antiviral drugs tend to be one of like priming the immune system for recognition, or antiviral drugs for complementary base pairing. So like they would sequester the ability to express those things, or they cause a signal through like the complex to allow the immune system to eliminate or clear whichever infected cells there are. But that's interesting that antiviral drugs have something to do with mutational meltdown. Mutation rate increased too much and then population size squeeze selection. Yeah. That's understandable. Ribavirin. I haven't talked about this stuff in a long time. Sorry if it sounded like rambling, but it reminds me of why I really like science. This stuff, whenever someone says like a question like this, I immediately think of methodology and start churning about it. Resident Evil type talk. I joke about that when I was in graduate school a lot of times. Yeah, I get the question, like I get the question from a layman's perspective a lot of times. Like, oh hey, like when Contagion, what was that? Yeah, that movie Contagion came out. Immediately someone asked me like, hey, how accurate is it the depiction of Contagion? I'm like, it's not, but if it was, it would be very boring. And Pluribus, by the way, Pluribus works in a very similar way. It's dealing with the genetic element. but it's glossed over for the drama and the other things. However, it was to explain the phenomenon that happens in Pluribus. There's another one that was kind of interesting too. The show Sweet Tooth. Sweet Tooth also used a very hand-wavy way of talking about mutagenesis, like unexpected spread of mutagenesis, and then how like the idea of herd immunity works, or the extraction of information, like how would, if there was a pandemic that deals with a viral or genetic component, how would the humans respond in a post-apocalyptic world, where also that this genetic mutation that allows them to be immune to whatever it is that's ravaging them has also a phenotypic presentation. And in Sweet Tooth, the phenotype is the people who are immune are hybrids. They are animal people. For you anime people out there, I suppose. So Sweet Tooth, the main character, has antlers, and then there are like other kids, and most of the kids are born with a hybrid mutation, and that hybridization also is linked to whatever the immune system, that mutagen, like the event that allowed them to be resistant to this disease, that one of the phenotype presentations is a shaky pinky. So humans that are exposed to hybrid life was really interesting backdrop. Is it possible for a virus to replicate so aggressively inside a host population like bacteria that a large proportion of the resulting virus particles become defective or aborted due to excessive mutation, effectively sabotaging its own viability? Viruses always sabotage their own viability. Was that my question? Wait, was that my question? Let me see. Not kind of. Almost. It's so a virus, right? So a bacteria doesn't have like, it's not a multicellular organism. So oftentimes if the bacteria itself is abortive, then the bacteria just dies, right? So oftentimes when it's aggressively populating, that's just lysis. So you can't really tell, you wouldn't be able to distinguish. I guess the question I'm asking is I wonder how people distinguish. If you're trying to create abortive mutational meltdown, how can you distinguish between the difference between a lysis cycle like a virus just killing the bacteria, because viruses typically kill, like end up ending the host's life due to what that is, where they just aggressively populate inside and then the host dies, right? In the human you can have, so RNA viruses can persist with the human host, right? Their whole idea is that when viruses enter a host, they don't want the host to die. Like most of their selection factor is to preserve the host as long as possible. And RNA viruses have great adaptive mutational properties a lot of times, because the ones that we understand are the ones that kind of don't prevent the host from, like, they don't immediately affect the viability of the host. Like, the idea is the natural selection to keep the virus alive is often selected for. The longer the host lives, the more the virus stays viable. The question is, what happens to how much percentage of when the host is still alive, how would you be able to detect mutational meltdown, or if it even happens? Because the host has to be alive still. Otherwise, I don't see how you would distinguish between the host dying and abortive mutational meltdown. Because if the host dies, then the virus stops reproducing. If we're talking about like traditional RNA viruses, they're parasitic by nature because they need a host to be alive. In order to determine or distinguish the properties between something that is mutationally abortive, you would have to extract the abortive, some sort of phenotype that represents an abortive mutational meltdown. I'm saying abortive because that's probably one of the endpoints. So how would you distinguish between, how would you even detect it? How would you detect a virion that became defective and abortive due to excessive mutation with the host alive? That would be like a natural thing. If you say, is it possible for a virus to replicate so aggressively inside a host population that a large proportion of the resulting virus becomes defective or abortive due to, that's true. I don't know how you would be able to detect that if it's true, right? Sorry, if it's true. And then the normal situation when something replicates so aggressively inside a host is that the host dies. And then with the host dies, then viruses stop being made. So you could do that and then like somehow differentiate. So like you have a host and maybe it'll just replicate a lot, right? And then you collect this host. How do you differentiate between the virions that are abortive and then the virions that are just okay? They're like, okay. You can maybe try to argue that the virions that have a capsid or something are ready to release. Or the other way to do it is you maybe culture a bunch of bacteria and then you lyse all of them. This would release all the matured virions and then the maybe like sequences that haven't been matured. I still don't know how you would differentiate that. Like there are so many problems with the methodology of trying to distinguish what is considered abortive if you don't know what an abortive possibilities are. You could kind of collect all the sequences and look at how many, like high throughput way, you can sequence all the viruses in a pool and then look at how many copies or reads proportional to known mutations that would cause a virus to stop being viable. So for example, if you have an RNA virus and you know where it cannot have mutations, these would cause a loss in viability or reproducibility, right? Like they would no longer reproduce. So you could grow a bunch of bacteria or human cells or whatever the target is, the target cell. You infect them, and there's like a bunch of things in all of them, right? These are all copies. Then you go and collect, you rip these guys open and you collect all of these strings. This is like a high throughput sequencing method. And then what happens is you already know the sequence of this. So what you can do is you can read and reproduce like a data set. The data set would show you a proportional abundance of things. And the read will tell you all the sequences of them with proportional abundance. So when you compare the proportional abundance, you can determine what percentage of viruses have known mutations that stop them from being viable. But I don't know if that actually answers the question that we're talking about. So how do we use that setup to then answer the question, well, if a virus is in a host gene, what are the factors that are preventing the virus from entering a mutational meltdown, like constantly spiraling meltdown? And there are plenty of mediocre answers to that. Probably that the mutational rate, right? The mutational rate is not fast enough to counter biological selection. Like that's kind of a hypothesis that you could work on. Like one way you can tackle it is remove some of these. So like maybe there's a couple factors that you can demonstrate, like remove the ability for the host, put it in a host or a modified gene, a modified cell that has lower editing skills, like lower polymerase editing or something. And then you can see if the mutation goes up and it leads to more abortive deleterious mutations or something. Or in fact, it could be, that's an interesting question. It could be that if you place it in an environment that it has a dysfunctional polymerase that doesn't edit, all the viruses become abortive or something. That would be really interesting. There's so many interesting outcomes that could happen. And this would be the makeup of how you would frame the interest of your thesis. This is only after you spend maybe like a year or two reading all the existing body of literature about this topic. So I am speaking from a place of inexperience. So, and not really necessarily inexperienced. I do not have enough background information. So I don't even know if all of this has been done. And then here's an even deeper problem a lot of times. People who have done these experiments, if they have negative results, it's usually not published. So you would have to consult people who are in the RNA field to know if they have negative data that suggests this is a dead end. And as a plug to why this would be important is that if you are able to like induce a favorable environment that creates mutational meltdowns that is specific to a virus, that sounds amazing. That sounds like targeted therapy. but there's so many interesting questions. Like, my mind is racing. Unfortunately, I won't have time in the evening to do any of this because I gotta sleep in like 30 minutes and then do this all over again. But thank you for it. Was that ChatGPT that was coming up with this? But where did you use the I love this stuff. I mean, like, I don't do this professionally anymore, but if you're not excited as I am, I don't know. There's so many. All right. I have three things I have to fix or add to. We have nai, or not nai, yeah, nai. What was it? It was like comb, comb, and has so many questions. Endure. We got to make this more about Ned Flanders. Maybe we'll make it about his mustache or something. And then we have Noor. Noor was like word, flower. There was something here. Oh. Noor. Promise. We might have to make Naruto have the right flower or something. And then May. May was a little disappointing. I was too distracted with my current thoughts to form this. May, which is eyebrow. It was GPT. It was the easiest option it gave you. I see. When did I stop my virology study? When I started streaming. Like 7 years ago. A little over 7 years ago. There is a slight overlap, but my post some slight overlap. It's been 7 years. And specifically, I stopped doing virology research, which is not the same as how people talk about studying. Like, I can still read about virology. It doesn't stop me from because you think there was a big breakthrough during COVID, if you read that correctly? Yeah. Well, I have read it. The breakthrough is understood. Like, it's not really necessarily a breakthrough, but it was an excellent discovery. Yeah, and COVID coincidentally happens to be an RNA virus. However, I studied retroviruses, which are RNA viruses, but they aren't necessarily RNA. They're not COVID. But yes, the quote unquote the breakthrough was clarity on something that already exists. Yeah, breakthroughs don't like happen overnight. But I did read about it. Unless you're talking about something recent. Can ChatGPT give me a little thing? No. ChatGPT didn't write it. Yeah, maybe not anything that I'm aware of. Do you know what an RNA is? Oh, you're asking Mika. I have no idea what an RNA virus is. A topic for another time. If you guys want to talk about RNA viruses, I can talk about RNA viruses. I don't know how well practiced I am anymore. It's maybe in the future. Nope. Okay. All right. We'll stick to Japanese and Chinese. The last time I talked about RNA virus is usually when a stranger comes by and asks me about my PhD. Like, what is my PhD in? Well, I studied avian RNA viruses. Avian. Most RNA viruses lack proofreading, but yeah, coronaviruses are the huge exception. Yeah. That wasn't a breakthrough. Yeah. They have NSP, yeah. NSP14 exonuclease. Yeah, I was already referring to editing proteins, because a lot of times when you're talking about mutational meltdowns, you also have to take into consideration the host ability to edit, because during replication there's host factors that also do editing. And then viruses can encode or even acquire nucleases and proofreading factors through their life cycle, and or not. In terms of coronavirus, they do not have in terms of coronaviruses, they don't have a life cycle where they integrate, at least as far as I know. So that NSP14 is interesting. I wouldn't consider it as a breakthrough, but a possibility that has been a possibility, right? Viruses can commandeer specific things to help reduce error rates. I mean, it has to be explained by that. Otherwise, that is a very elegant way of solving that mutational problem. There are a lot of things that correct errors during replication for a virus, especially a virus that exists in a host cell. NSP14 exonuclease may be a contributing factor, but I don't necessarily think that is considered something that is revolutionary. However, being able to target NSP14 exonuclease, that could be a very useful strategy if one can target it without targeting everything else around the host. And if it's very specific and unique enough, which you can create selection factor strong enough for something that is exogenous to the host. So if NSP14 exonuclease does not share an analog in the host, then they can do it. They live right at the edge of the error threshold. it is like, so a lot of times, right, in life, even humans, this is my like layman's way of describing cancer. A lot of times people hate the idea of the big C, right, because of mutations. But the thing is, the balance of mutational rates, like mutational flexibility, versus conservation, right? Conservation of genetic code. Viruses are incredibly robust because they have a combination of this. They are able to mutate and create positive selection, right? They are allowed to select very quickly because of their mutational rate. But at the same time, they have appropriate ways to preserve the existing ones. And that's really neat. Cancer is kind of the human's version of balancing this. The longevity of humans and the constant longer and longer lifespan before getting unlucky. You can kind of view cancer as a mutational threshold for humans. And the idea is to preserve the ability to generationally acquire beneficial mutations based on like other outside selection factors over many generations, right? One could even say it's something that allows one to evolve. But at the same time, it comes with a consequence. You can get unlucky. And eventually, the human life cycle, you hit a quote-unquote a mutational threshold. And in a way, the viruses, studying viruses and RNA viruses, especially RNA viruses, because they have such a high mutational rate, can lead to a lot of questions being answered in a smaller environment that can be used to investigate organisms that have a longer lifespan, like humans. So oftentimes when you think of bacteria, why bacteria, or why Cerevisiae, like yeast, to model eukaryotes eukaryotes and prokaryotes alike, or why I use tissue culture, is usually because of the gestation and the maturation time. And it doesn't fully translate a lot of times to long lasting organisms, but oftentimes it can create really wonderful like hints to adapting things. Like if you can understand the processes that go on in rapid replication and rapid, like more simplified, like RNA viruses are incredibly, like relatively speaking, far more simplified than a human genome and a multicellular organism. So you can understand these little things, compartmentalize, and attempt to translate it into larger models, right? And that's kind of like language learning, by the way, drama. Like we'll bring it back to language learning. It's like studying how you learn in different compartments and then using that to engage in stronger and bigger complex organization. It doesn't always translate, right? I know it's 6:30. It's strong, it creates more complexity and emergence properties at different like when things get more complex, it becomes unpredictable. So there are definitely limits, and the other way down is to investigate the RNA viruses in a natural situation and then break down the pieces. So you try to think of methodologies to do that, so then you can converge on the answer. It's really neat if there's a way to manipulate and even commandeer like a nuclease for something, or like modifying it for organism longevity. Like what is the consequence of improving editing skills? You never know. Like it's very, by the way, there are natural organisms that exist on this planet right now, like whales. If you want to look at something really funny and interesting about mutational rates, look at whales. Recently, due to like a lot of advanced technology and whatnot, whales are disproportionately bigger. And there's a phenomenon that usually you would think a larger organism with that means that their total mass in replication is proportional to the size of the organism. And usually the theory is that with more cells, more mutational possibilities, because it's not like the genome exponentially increased in proportion size, right? Like the whale's genome and our genome is not proportional to the magnitude of how many cells are in the whale's organism. So technically, the whale should have a higher overall mutational rate. And yet, whales typically outlive humans. Like what I mean is, whales have the potential and capacity to outlive humans. In fact, some of the classical indicators of aging, which is what I study before, I studied telomerase, like cancer like bottlenecks, like telomeres and the ends of the DNA that's supposed to preserve, and they kind of shortened, and that's a really classical dogmatic way of saying you got older, and then eventually the telomeres break and then your DNA, your cells start dying, right? The replication, the Hayflick limitation, basically cells replicate too much and then they eventually die because their replication is not complete. It's not a complete cycle. So in whales, their telomerase is short, as in they don't have the buffers that humans do, and yet their mass is gigantic, right? Their mass is huge, and all those cells have very similar replication styles. So what gives? And it also, when they're analyzing those whale samples, they have low mutational load, as in over the lifespan of the whale, when you're tracking a whale, their DNA does not accumulate at a rate higher than humans, for example, despite being substantially larger and also, we're gonna say, relatively similar lifespans. I don't, it's kind of really ballparking. And telomerase, if you're curious about telomerase, this is telomerase. So when you you should have learned this in high school. I know should is a big ask, but telomerase, right? There oftentimes these ends of your DNA have to be protected. This is like dogmatic stuff. The ends are called telomeres. And this telomere is a sequence of repeated sequences. And what happens over time is, as replication happens, more of this disappears. And at some point, it goes into the DNA and it triggers autophagy. So basically the cell then terminates itself. It stops reproducing, like replicating. Usually you would think a whale should have this problem too. And they also have larger mass, so they also replicate a lot more. So not only do they have less mutations in their genes, in their like genome overall, their telomeres are really short, like constitutively shorter than humans. So the things that deal with aging and mutational rates do not coincide in whales. So what gives? You could argue, much like coronavirus, they might have some sort of factor that deals with editing. And in fact, that's what they discovered. There is a very specific variant of a proofreading protein that exists in whales that, when introduced into like a artificial in vivo system, right, in a different organism, the error rate is, you see exactly what happens. The error rate is reduced, and the idea is that the organism is healthy. I don't know if they did like knockout experiments where like you try to knock out the mice, right? Like say a mice. So what you can do is, if you're really ambitious and you like this type of stuff, science is still fantastic. I just I'll admit I'm too lazy for this stuff now. Like, what I mean is, someone has to push me to do something like this again, but maybe in the future. So one of the things is, you could have like a mice, right? You could have a mouse who you can knock out the gene for editing. Like, you can compromise the mouse's editing ability. So then you would have know what the life cycle of the mouse would do. I'm sorry for those who are sensitive to animal testing, but generally speaking, this is how we answer. Like, this is a lot of times what's necessary to answer questions. You can use cells instead if you want, but I'm just going to use the cells as a representation from the mouse. So the mouse could then be deficient. So maybe it will have like aging, early aging, or tumor genesis. It will get cancerous much quicker. What happens is then they can introduce that gene, the product from the whale, the special variant, and see if it restores it. Not only that, if you can do a knockout and a restoration, you can compare it to a control and then see if it increases the lifespan of the mouse. So this type of information is fantastic, and it would be cool because that means that there is a benefit to improving, not that, you know, try not to jump to too much conclusions, but this would suggest that there is a benefit to artificially, quote unquote, artificially, more like exogenously introduce editing things, like improving the editing of our genes, right? So if better proofreading happens, it can foreseeably have beneficial consequences. Not that you want to really tamper with that type of thing. And also, these are animal studies, and then they're like hybridized studies. There's not, so you can't predict what happens when you introduce an exogenous gene until you actually do it, right? So, anyways, this is routine for me. Routine to work with like knockout genetic experiments, and then using like in vitro methods to use like cell culture and to like mess with viruses or engineer viruses and stuff. And it's not really trivial as well. Like, it sounds very romantic, but there's a lot of hurdles. Like most of the time you spend years designing an experiment, and what you're hoping is that it works. But there are so many emergent obstacles that you have to overcome. So like when you're learning a language, for example, I know this, I'm not saying learning a language is cheapened by the idea that there's less noise, like dialects and accents. It has its own challenges and whatnot. However, I like that about language learning. The thing about language learning is it's the noise that can be represented. When you do these type of things, there's so much less information that you could spend years and you wouldn't know why something isn't working. Like something just simply does not function. Like the methodology was not sound enough to engineer something like this. Like I spent 4 years trying to get the virus to replicate in a way to meet a threshold to see an effect. So messing with biology is still not the most encouraging thing. So I don't want to sound too sobering, but when you talk about ideas and conceptualize ideas, it sounds fantastical. It's not quite in reality. But tomorrow your bio exam, oh, I can't wait to hear about how Chern's exams go. Yeah, good luck. I know he's not here anymore, but hopefully Chern gets to get a nice rest. Anyways, take it with a grain of salt, right? I love talking about these things, and since I'm no longer like quote unquote an expert in this, it's fun to hear other people who are interested in this, who are currently actively working in the field. If I am able to see seminars and whatnot, which is privileged information most of the time, like you would have to be part of an institution or not to be able to go to these meetings and listen. An alternative is, if you're ever interested, drama, you can also become an editor. And I'm not sure if editors necessarily need to have scientific experience. And it doesn't pay a lot of cash, unfortunately. Unless you're talking about like, you know, biotech. And then biotech comes with its own risks, which is like to enter the seminar you meant. Oh yeah, or pay a lot of cash. Yes, you can pay. It's not as much as you think, but generally speaking, it's kind of not that much bigger than a rock band or a artist thing. Like if you went to an art gallery, it's probably equivalent to that. The thing about these conferences is it's often an opportunity to network, and that's where the value comes from. But if you're not in the field, or if you're not like socially connected to these conferences, oftentimes it can be a hit or miss. I do miss it though. Whatever we did here artificially just to simulate what I typically sound like when I'm at my place of work, this is what I sound like most of the time. Like, I come to the lab, and then immediately my like mentor would come in, and this is what we would talk about. So we would sit down. It's like, okay, so I'm currently doing this. Have you read the article? So and so. What if we try to set this thing in? So it's often like I can't even imitate it anymore because I don't have any data or something that I'm working on. But that is pretty much every single day. We talk about possibilities. We talk about whatever's currently happening, or a colleague of ours who has started working on something else. That's kind of it. And then we would cycle, because you would be in a laboratory with like 3 or 4 colleagues, and those 3 or 4 colleagues would all cycle their problems, like the problems they're trying to solve and what progress they're making. So it's like very routine. Every single week someone else is responsible for presenting and giving the day in and day out. And when you're doing the actual experiments, that is laborious, but also a nice break from all the thinking. And the laborious tasks of those take a really long time. So you still have to work hard. Like, science is often feels like disproportionate. It's like 80% working hard and 20% working smart. Like, but the 20% is all slammed into the beginning, or like the various spots. Like, they're all concentrated when results and data comes out. But the other 80 to 90% is hard work. Like, you sit there, you do the experiment. It takes years to collect the data or even set up the experiment, and then you might get nothing. Like, and nothing in the sense of you learn a lot of things. You probably learn a lot of things, just like language learning, right? You learn how to kanji concepts and whatnot. You learn a lot of methodology. Your experience goes up. However, because you don't get results, you don't have money. Money doesn't come from thin air. So you have to get results, and that's what happened. I don't do that. Like, you probably watch anime, like drama. If you saw Fullmetal Alchemist or like other shows and depictions of science, it's tough when you don't have money to answer questions that you're curious about. And most things that you're curious about, people are not paying for that. They care about results. So it's a fundamental part that I found that I was ill-equipped. I think to this day, I'm still incredibly ill-equipped. So if I had to do a public service announcement for individuals, you can be an incredibly brilliant mind, which I'm humbly saying, so this is a humble brag. I think I'm pretty above average when it comes to solving complex problems. The thing is, I also lack a lot of skills in exchange for that. I lack the motivation to sell things in order to acquire the resources to pursue those things. And I am only saying this not because I'm making an excuse. I have deliberately and intentionally chose not to. Would you say Elon Musk is intelligent? I say most people are intelligent, drama, and that includes Elon Musk. What I was saying about myself is I'm above average in problem solving. I solve problems. I'm not entirely sure if I'm convinced I'm above intelligence or not. I think I'm fairly a very well experienced person, and being able to solve problems is helpful in a field that consistently solve problems with no answers, right? Or looking at like the level 6 that we were talking about when we were talking about Justin Sung thing. That's where I sat I sat at level 6 most of the time. Would you say Elon Musk is above average problem solving? I think so. He solves problems, right? He wouldn't be a leader with so much influence if he doesn't manage to solve problems. Oh, hear me out. I did say problem solving. It doesn't necessarily mean you don't generate problems too. Like for myself, whenever I go to solve a problem, it generates more problems. Like the valley of despair is incredibly real. The imposter syndrome is incredibly real whenever you're working in an expert field, like in a specialized field. Because every time you go to answer one question and you might have some sort of answer, you generate like twice that number of questions. And those are quote unquote the problems that you're trying to solve, right? And problems are not negative. They're things you're interested in. Elon is just a rich guy. He markets himself as a tech and engineering genius, but he's just a venture capital. I can't comment on that because I wouldn't know. I'm not privy to this type of information. So most of the time, these things are hearsay due to extrapolation of what's available in public. Like for myself, you're also trusting me based on my perceptions and my ability to explain things, but I can honestly tell you my life was really passionate about science and I couldn't cut it. Like if I had to be really honest with you, I could not cut it because I couldn't do the things I didn't want to worry about, and that's funding, results-based, hypothesis-based driven necessity in scientific research. And that would require like a UN level, a United Nations level, or a consortium level of common interest to fund academic science again, which I don't think that's a thing right now that is feasible unless it's pertinent to human health. So what I really like about, hear me out, what I really like about what happened during the COVID pandemic or epidemic was the idea that I'm really happy that humans around the world is still able to collectively respond to that. I love virology. I actually didn't choose virology, by the way. I didn't choose virology at first. I actually started as a chemist who had a focus on molecular biology. And then I went into protein chemistry because my mentor in undergrad was a protein chemist. He was a biochemist. And then I went into oncology and skin carcinogenesis for 2 years. Then I went back to protein. And then it was through like a long story short for today, I ended up in a virology lab, and I start to grow very attached to all the potential health problems that one can investigate serendipitously in virology, because viruses co-evolve. They're not like gonna they're not gonna like suddenly just disappear. Viruses co-evolve with our life. So yeah, I gotta finish up today. So we're gonna go and do this. We could talk about this like in the future. And for the record, a CS major, you can still have this vibrant. So to end this like digression while I go through this, you can still have all of this like impact and this vision in CS. There's so many things, at least in my opinion, like I don't know if you feel the same, but when you're invested in your careers, right? Like drama, whatever you're gonna go to do in Japan, and then James, whatever you're having done, it is my romantic vision that there are still people that can empathize with me regardless of what their discipline is. Like I've often, the note that I get a lot of times when someone says, what is it like? What is it like to have a PhD? Or what does it mean to have a PhD? It means that you have been able to commit yourself to answering rigorously particular problems. The context is not relevant, in my opinion. And it's a representation that you have a passionate way and a deep processing necessary to adapt to information that you can observe, integrate, and create with it and analyze it. So PhD stands for the capacity to do that. Now, I'm 7 years out of like virology, but that doesn't mean I can't just step into computer science and catch up in a fraction of the time. That is what I meant the other day, Drama, when I said it's the systems that make your education important. The context will ebb and flow and change. Like if you're specifically strictly bound yourself to a context, like Japanese staying the same, like the language staying the same, or like your favorite coding language staying the same, or you're answering the same question, most PhD holders will no longer be working in the thing that they used to know. By the time they graduate, they also change disciplines. Like what I mean is the context of the discipline. What is impressively unmeasurably valuable in humans is their ability to deep think, process, and troubleshoot, and like creatively and constructively answer questions. That is what school is supposed to select for, and also college and graduate school, and then all the hurdles that you choose to engage in. So whenever someone goes and say they learned something and they forgot the information and they say it was a waste of time, that's exactly the opposite of what I'm talking about, what the PhD is. A PhD person is someone who went through studying a hard problem, but it doesn't matter what the problem is. It doesn't matter what the context is. It matters how they go about it. So when you like go into university, guys, if you're already in university and stuff, that is what it is. Yeah, Justin's song from medical doctor to learning coach. Yeah, you probably hear this a lot. Like Vin wasn't a speech coach initially. Vin was not a speech coach. So all walks of life. The really wonderful thing is you don't even need a PhD to do that. So like when people ask me, do you need a PhD to be like a thinker and a problem solver? No, the answer is absolutely not. You watch content creators do this all the time. The thing is you're focusing on the content when you're watching content. You're not focusing on the person's ability. You can't even see the person's ability to troubleshoot through them. Like what separates a consistently virally successful content creator from one that falls off a cliff or never makes it? It's the underlying principle that they are able to think in a way that is pragmatic to their goals. So whenever you guys like learn a new skill or new system, feel free. I would love to hear it, because that's what makes someone able to be successful in the sense of adaptivity. So I do genuinely stand by many of the few that are trying to demonstrate, or at least try to demonstrate and impart on that humans are rarely ever evaluated, in my opinion, most consistently based on what they know. Like the summation of the information that they hold is their capacity to use that information when necessary or when needed, and to reach a sufficient task. And information will leak, it will go away, it will come and go, it will most definitely come and go, but the future is uncertain. The stuff that you're learning today, like quote unquote remembering today, the context you remember today will change. in the future. Your education, your underlying ability to problem solve and stuff is timeless. It will take you for the rest of you, like, days. So Vin studied law. Yeah, that's right. He studied law. He was yeah, and then he became a magician. Yeah. I still don't know what I'm gonna be yet. Right now, I'm just like some wannabe, like some misunderstood attempt to try to learn 2 languages and encouraging people. Like at most, I could qualify myself as a life coach. Like that's the closest thing I would give myself as a title. Like I could probably do that pretty solid. I can get people to want to do things. If given enough time, right? I would be able to help someone in that capacity, like an executive function person. But other than that, I'm not a magician, and I'm not a teaching. I forgot what Justin Sung's title he gave himself, like a teaching coach professional, a teaching motivator or something. I haven't given myself any titles. Right now, I'm a person who digresses a lot, but it's fun to be able to help people realize that they're not dumb and they're not stupid, right? I think whatever it is, at the end of the day, if we have our arguments and our disagreements, you have to walk away not thinking you're stupid, or you like need to be gaslit to feel that way. Is my full name concealed information? No, it's not, but I don't openly share it. It is publicly available, so technically it would not be the most like, since I'm a casual, I have no fail safes for this. So if I openly share my full name like everywhere, my entire record is pretty public. So like you can actually find me. You can find where I used to go, you can find my thesis and all that. It's all public domain. So we're kind of public domain. I was in academia, so most of that stuff should be readily available online. So if you like search my name, you can probably find a lot of things about me that isn't like content created specific. Even then though, my name, I've already shared my name a couple times before. So respectfully, we'll leave that for now. And people do know my name, and you can find it. It would be, I mean, you could ask Rainbow. You can ask, what's his name? Is it Rainbow? Yeah, you can ask Rainbow. He could probably find me immediately. There are plenty of people who are able to find who I am. Like my name is literally in a directory to where I go. So if you were following my like talk about where I went, what universities I went to, and where I'm approximate, you just hit up your CIA contact. I don't advertise my name too much, and it's two purposes. I don't want people to use my past as either leverage and or reason to trust my legacy. So like I'm not like, it's both directions. I am not a professional right now. I don't do anything professionally. So I will reveal like my full name when I have professional integrity to weigh on it. So for now, all of these things are hobbies. They're my personal pursuits. So I have no guarantees, or I didn't put in any safeguards to protect my professional integrity, as well as also give assurances to other people. So like, I'm not making you a guarantee that what I say right now is true. And you also don't have any guarantees of looking up my name to see that if I'm lying or not, right? So like this is a mutual understanding that if and when if I ever decide to become a open professional again, I will probably tell you my full name and then like make sure all of these things are true, because I would take professional responsibility for that type of thing. Enjoy, James. Okay. Let me just fix these and then I'm gonna go. Actually, you know what? We're fine. We'll do this tomorrow. This is a great place to stop. I really appreciate Drama, the experiment. I think you made a really interesting social experiment, and it's not the first time, by the way. Yeah, my sleep procrastination. I actually have to eat. I haven't eaten yet. It's been like 20 hours. Like, I only eat once a day, so it's after I stream. So yesterday I was eating around this time too. So we have to eat first. But what I do have to tell you, Drama, in case you're wondering, someone tried to argue with me using ChatGPT. This has happened before, and I don't expect this to go away. So I actually do enjoy the like making sure that I understand how to respond to things like that. Like I had someone who I wrote a response back, and they went from bruh to like some paragraph that was built from HP Lovecraft or something. So it has happened quite a bit. And there were people who before got me to read their essay for class, but it was completely manufactured by ChatGPT, because the way they spoke to me and how they described their assignment did not track with what I was reading on the assignment. Like someone who talks about certain things and behave a certain way is very obvious when they didn't produce the work. But they could go the extra length and say, hey ChatGPT, can you write this like a high schooler would? And you might be thinking, oh, they would get away with that, right? They would get away with that. But hear me out. Even if they fool me, like they're a high school student and they say, hey ChatGPT, can you write an essay about something as a high schooler level? And then they fool me with it. It's like, it doesn't matter to me. Like what happens is eventually they will struggle with the thing. So doing that to fool me doesn't mean that they learn anything. So it's not me that would need the benefit. It's the person that. So oftentimes whenever I do this, I still encounter this quite a lot, where someone would submit something to me or like have me read over something, and it would be so generated. Like I would have suspicions that it's generated. However, I wouldn't attack them for it. I would ask them, is this generated? Because I want to ask, why did this person have to generate this thing? Like, what are the things that are making this person unable to do this? Because ultimately, eventually, they will reach a level of competence that's required that this would not be sufficient anymore. It would no longer be sufficient. And one of them is when you randomly ask me a question, and how long can I rant about it, despite being 7 years out. Like, I'm talking around the subject largely because I can't be responsible. I can only tell you that it's been 7 years since I've worked on virology. I read on and off here and there about COVID. You weren't expecting me to answer the question in the first place. Drama, listen, we're gonna have to talk about how many questions I answered. Well, at least this will be a precedence for the future. I try to answer most questions. And if not, if I am unable to answer the question, I would probably present a way for you to get an answer to that question, right? Like instead of answering it myself, I would explain how I would go about answering the question, because that, in my opinion, is incredibly important. If you can't answer a question, what type of questions and ways are you going to ask yourself to get to the answer to the question, right? How are you going to do it? in the sense of you already knowing that I want to understand the answer anyways. Oh, in the sense of, okay, I see. No. But I feel like I need to work on that too, because I prepped most of these things. Like in across my lifetime, I have explained these concepts. Like today I was at the tail end, but if you want to hear it in a different way, we can pull up like a diagram and we can explain it, and like I can explain it in a way that it would preserve the complexity of the topic, but it would be in a like a communication style that would meet an understanding. Like we could even turn the entire analogy into a computer science problem, and that would be perfectly sufficient. In fact, Mika and I do this exercise a lot. I tend to try to focus on the idea that you can draw parallelisms and translationally borrowed from the person you're speaking to. So I think I know you sufficiently enough to provide a context in which you can observe the same relationships about RNA viruses without necessarily needing to know the jargon and or the relationship of the RNA virus. That is a great technique to use if you have a lot of experience. So of course I would leverage most of that. So in the future we could use an entirely novice computer science example to explain RNA viruses, because I am not a computer scientist. So I would describe computer science in a way that is well beyond, like well under your understanding. You would have an understanding well beyond me, and yet I can probably use that example to demonstrate what an RNA virus does, or like the ebb and flows of RNA virus. I think that to me is what is a great demonstration of pedagogy. And even though I don't have a background in teaching, like I don't have a background in like what is the most effective way to command a classroom and do these techniques and stuff, my experience came from literally working with students. So my passion involved constantly interacting with students. When I was in high school, I tutored. When I was in college, I still tutored and outreached. And then when I was in finally get to graduate school, all of my peers are constantly doing something different. So that's why I fell in love with being surrounded by intellectuals. And no, it's not that non-intellectuals are not fun or exciting or happy people. They can be intellectuals, but they don't necessarily have to be happy. So we're not talking about happiness, value, and that type of thing. It's largely a sense of belonging. So I do miss being surrounded by people who like think everything is a big deal. Like legitimately everything is a big deal. You read one article and you could spend 7 hours contemplating about the different intricacies of that article without ever moving from a topic, because it can go so deep, and it could be purely on speculation alone, and it would be tantamount to like life-changing revelations. I'm sorry, I'm using like I'm using like very grandiose language because I'm trying to like elevate how much I'm trying to demonstrate that it is absolutely contagious. It's such a lifeblood to be surrounded by passionate people who like to answer questions. You develop software in the energy sector, energy industry, and the last year of being a dev, you were just learning energy economics? Oh. How often do you explain those things? Because if you do, I would love to hear more like the next day, right? So you should talk about those things. Like I would love to, provided you can, right? NDA and all that stuff, right? There is professional discreetness about this. I can talk about a lot of things now, and then the whole like full name thing, I can talk about them like indirectly a lot of times because it's been a very long time. It's 7 years out. But if you can talk around things and explain some of the things you do, I would love to hear some of that in the coming days. So I'm gonna head off now. It's been a pleasure. It's been a wonderful pleasure. Oh, you can talk about it? We'll have to talk about it in the future. I think you told me that you enjoy your job and you like what you're doing, and I would love to hear someone talk professionally or something about their topic. That would be wonderful. It would be my privilege to hear some of that. If there's anything I want to do as a content creator, it's probably that. Getting the opportunity to meet other people who actually want to talk about their things, and then I get to ask them ceaselessly probing questions about how deep they want to nerd out about their things. Because in my opinion, whoever's doing that, like you, the future students, those are going to be quote unquote the geniuses, as in those are the people who will be challenging themselves. You don't have to be born smart to want to do that. So we'll talk about it next time. I'll keep that in mind. All right. So that's the end of our HanziHero session. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself, give it a try. If you don't, let me know what you think. You're more than welcome to come on by and yap about not HanziHero, maybe whatever you want to yap. We kind of yapped about thinking, learning, problem solving, exchanging ideas with each other. It's electric, right? Someone who's depressed about all the things they need to learn might actually get a little bit giddy and excited. Let's build... Well, I'm starting to sound like a content creator, but let's try to at least create a small pocket where appreciation is mutual and mutual respect is there, because we're human and we like to think about things. It's not all bad and negative and exhausting. Well, it is exhausting, but in a good way. So until then, 大家下次见，感谢观看, right? Thank you for watching. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.